Back once more. I just needed to get something to eat, whatnot. Figured you didn't want to sit there on doing nothing. And I also didn't think you wanted to watch me eat a bunch of food and stuff my face. But we're back. Hopefully I'll get this knocked out sooner than later. Uh-oh. Did my TV turn off? Don't know what that was about. All right, 6:18. All right, so we had figured out the clue for queens here. I kept trying queen and it kept not working. It's a little bit ridiculous that you had to add a letter, but it is what it is. Let me see here real quick. For some reason, it's saying my bit rate's in the tank. Oh no, that's good. I don't know why it was saying my bitrate was in the tank. It must not have been updating. Pop out my chat here again, in case anyone comes in and wants to chat. Alright, back at it. Sorry about that. So anyways, had to put in the clue queens. I kept trying queen over and over again and it wasn't working. And it's like, you're so close. And then all of a sudden it's like, why don't you add a letter? Okay. Apparently, searching a database for queen doesn't show up queens. I don't know. Technology in the past doesn't make a whole lot of sense, apparently. Alright. Let's look at the building. Building dates from the 20th century. No signs that they're in business. Okay. Let's look at the neon lights. Sign looks like it says Olean from quite close. Area. Rather wide, passing by the hospital. A number of cars are parked here illegally. Okay. Let's investigate the building. It's a round pillar-shaped building. Of the kind that were popular at the end of the last century. Alright. The only entrance appears to be in the front of the building. Not surprisingly, part of the neon sign is in fact burnt out. Makes sense. It's facing a street. Particularly well developed. Okay. Let's look at the door. Door is locked. But I can open a mechanism this simple. Don't set off any burglar alarms. Let's look at the door. It's an old stylish electronic door. Okay. Door's locked. Building is not typically one of those corrective hospitals. It was probably originally used for office building or some other purpose. Lock disabled. Here we go. We're inside. Let's look around. There's a reception booth in the center of the lobby. Okay. Let's look at the floor. Dust everywhere. Are we in my house right now? There's no one in the booth. Monitors are switched off. Okay. Let's look at the doors. Door 1. Door's closed. Door 2. Door's closed. Door 3. Door's closed. Alright. Let's investigate the area. Not picking up any movement. If they're not in business at the moment, what's the neon sign for? It appears abandoned. Homeless and other people may be in the building. Okay. What filth. There's no operational hospital in the world with this floors this dirty. Alright. Solid layer of dust is collected. Some kind of switches here. Ooh, switches. Let's look at the switches. Ooh, look at this. It says door control 1, 2, 3. Wonder what those could be. These switches must be those doors over there. Apparently they are operational from here. Yeah, well, let's use switch 1. Door 1 open. Investigate. Doors. Door 1. Okay. Move. Door 1. We're in door 1. Let's look around. Around the room. Operating table. Would appear that the room was used for surgery. Okay. X-ray equipment installed on the walls. Alright. Virtual reality monitor to support surgeons. That's kind of cool. Ordinary operating table. Alright. Let's investigate around the room. No motion. That's good. Lens is clouded over. Everything seems to be in order. Okay, let's look at the... Covered with dust. There's no sign that they've been used recently. Judging from the distribution and thickness of the dust, there's no sign that's been used recently. Alright. Bothers me. Alright. Let's use switch number 2. Door 2 opened. Let's move to door number 2. Look around the room. Appears to be some kind of research facility. Okay. Genital manipulators, various... Wow. It's jars preserving items in formaldehyde. Ugh. For some reason, a large number of the containers are empty. Various types of biotech equipment. Carrying out some sort of involved project. Very expensive monitor with super high resolution for medical applications. Some contain specimens. I'd rather not look too closely. Equipment and supplies for experiments were left, left where they were being used. I would suspect that it would be difficult to artificially create the rundown condition of this equipment. No sign that any of the containers or chemicals have been touched. There have been covered with an even layer of dust. A number of pieces of equipment, but none of them are set up for operation. Equipment would need extensive maintenance before it could be used. For some reason, a large number of the containers are empty. Alright, let's use the last switch. Totally dark in here. Can't see a thing. I have a light installed just for situations like this. Press the B button together with the direction key to move the light. Otherwise, the direction key navigates through commands as usual. Make sure the objects you wish to examine are centered in the light's beam. Alright, so we're going to start all the way up in the top corner. Picture of some kind of temple. It looks somewhat Islamic. I think I've seen that somewhere before. Damn, I just can't remember. It's whiteboard, nothing written on it. It's a very old photograph. Judging from the condition of the inks and paper, I would suspect that it's at least 50 years old. It's a picture, it looks like wall here, metal. What is the photo of? One moment, please. I'll scan data files. Cathedral of St. Basil. It's a famous cathedral that was a Moscow landmark before the catastrophe. St. Basil's Theater. Have I heard of it? I can't seem to remember. Come to think of it, there was a map of Moscow on the wall of Freddie Nielsen's apartment, wasn't there? Moscow A. What connection to the Snatchers? I've stored this photo in a memory. Okay, well, that's good. Nothing here. It's a vase. There's no flowers in it. Completely ordinary vase. It's a drawer.
There seems to be a scrap of paper caught between these two drawers. The others are empty. It appears that someone tried to straighten up in a hurry.
Good.
Let me see that paper.
Here it is.
What? What is this? It looks like Chinese or something. Metal translated.
Okay, let's see. Patient record, first examination. I'm not familiar with the next 5 characters. It's the first time I've ever seen any of them.
I thought you were supposed to be really good at Chinese.
My strongest areas are in chop suey, egg foo young, and wontons.
Rare Chinese characters. Or maybe some kind of code? At any rate, this is definitely part of someone's chart. If we can figure out these characters, we may be able to uncover another Snatcher.
What do you suppose happened to the other records?
Looks like someone cleaned them out of here. Maybe they knew we were coming.
Somehow I get the feeling that the Snatchers know what we're up to.
Probably.
I'll store the fragment of the file.
It's a monitor. Looks like one of those personal computer. Designed for use with the computer. Something on the desk. Box of matches. We'll store these matches as evidence. Sweet. Rails on the floor. Investigate. Run under the desk. Perhaps the desk is designed to slide. Pushing it doesn't seem to do any good. It won't budge. Okay. Alright, let's go back into the hallway. Alright. Let's investigate doors. 1. Let's go back into door 2, see what happens here. don't know what I'm doing. Don't know where I'm going. Six 91170. Call Jamie back. 393444. 39009.
Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs, can I help you? Huh? Oh, it's you, Gillian. What's going on?
Let's talk about your job. What do you mean you get surprised your own actions? Ask Queen's Hospital. Queen's Hospital, wait a minute. Let me check on our records. Here it is. They placed a large order from anti-cancer drugs between October and December. Anti-cancer drugs, huh? I knew it. Well, that settles that. The director is a Chinese named Chi Shu O. I've never heard the name before. We've nothing on him here either. He might be one of those unlicensed underground doctors. No, not yet. Okay. Trying to really vaguely remember. Blah, blah, blah. Show possessions. Match. Let's see. After all, her blah blah. Show possessions. Video memory. Temple. It's like a palace. I've never seen anything like it here. It must be far away. Okay. Show possessions. Nope. I'll take a look at our data here. Thanks for the big help. Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and go do that then, huh? Don't call. do 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 do. Do 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 boo boo. Let's get out. Let's go look at the move. Where should we go? Computer room. Use Jordan. Load ID file. Put your name. Class 1 medical license. Stripped of medical license. Arrested for violations. No family. Okay. So taken into custody and stripped of Class 1 medical license for involvement in eugenics scandal. Arrested for operation of unregistered medical facility. Stripped of Class 2 medical license. Arrested for violation of physical containment. Handling dangerous substance laws. Permanently stripped of all medical licenses. Okay. Would you like to go? Let's go to the chief's office. See if he knows anything about Chin Shu Ho. Ask. Probably is or was their hospital. It's probably safe to assume that the doctor Chen Chu O has already been snatched. Really old photo. Does it have some special meaning? Now that you mention it, there was a map of the neutral zone in Freddie Nielsen's apartment. Wasn't there? Yeah. Not 100% of the population smokes. Why don't those places give away something else? Still, there's a connection between Outer Haven. Okay. Patient record. Definitely never seen those characters before. Maybe it's some kind of code. Okay. Engineering room. Must be a secret hidden there. Never good at Chinese. Why don't you ask someone Chinese? If it's Chinese, then perhaps Napoleon. Don't know. I've never seen it before. Maybe on TV. Alright. Let's go ahead and video phone Ask the number. Napoleon 395644. 95644. Ring a ring ring.
The number you have reached is not in service at this time. Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. JT&T Neo Kobe.
It's funny, I'm sure I got the phone number right. That reminds me. Do. So sometimes these games, for me, are a little bit harder because I take stuff that people tell me at face value. So Napoleon earlier said, "Don't ever call me again." So I never would have tried to call him until they're like, "Oh, why don't you try this?" Even though they're like throwing it in your face. It's Chinese. It's Chinese, and Napoleon's Chinese. Go ahead and talk to Napoleon. It's telling you all that without telling you that. The game actually had to tell me to do it because Napoleon said, "Don't ever call me again." So I assumed I couldn't call him. Which I couldn't, but, you know, it is what it is. We know where to go. And I knew to go to outer heaven for a while. I just couldn't go there. It wouldn't let me. So I had to circle back around. I was 2 steps ahead of you, game. You got the wrong man. Who do you think you are? Stop this nonsense. Bother, do you have any proof this Napoleon and I'm not the same person? It's not masquerade time right now. Interrogate. Show me some proof. Proof? You want proof? Get proof. Yeah, you have the same voice. That's it. Is that the best reason you got? The metal analyze his voice print against that. Well, that's really too bad. Okay. Accent. I know the two of you talk the same way. If that's proof, then I'm a policeman. Smell. Got it. Smells just like him. Huh? Personality. Excuse me. Everything's fine. I guarantee your safety. Don't worry. Now take off that mask. What? Blah, blah, blah. Why don't you think a little harder? Sneeze. You sneeze just like him. Alright. You win. I've had enough fun for now. I just wanted to play with you for a bit. Nice work. You're a first-rate junker. Go on in. Here we go.
Have a seat, Gillian. We're safer in a crowded place like this.
Jeez, you really had me fooled. 2 roles in 1.
Gesundheit.
Well, you know, you gotta understand. being an informer isn't exactly the safest job on the planet, you know. That's why it's important to be a master of disguise. Like me.
Yeah, but I feel pretty stupid. I mean, all that time I was asking you about where Jean went, I didn't realize I was asking someone who actually worked there.
Hey, I was just as surprised as you were. I didn't know that Gibson had been here. You see, I wasn't working that day.
Anyhow, it's not masquerade night today. Why don't you take that mask off, Napoleon? It's a little unnerving sitting here talking to a wolf.
All right. I suppose there's no harm there. Boy, you really work up a sweat in these full-face masks.
Oh, boy. Maybe you should have left that on.
What? Still,
Gross.
you did a nice job of figuring out who I was.
Come on, Napoleon. That stupid phone recording with the Wolfman? JT&T would never do anything that tasteless. Besides, what really tipped me off was that constant sneezing of yours.
Sneezes, eh? Well, listen, you want me to tell you why I'm called Napoleon?
Because winter gets the best of you. Napoleon Bonaparte sent his enormous army into Russia in 1812, but suffered a major defeat because of the snow.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, the sneezing isn't a cold. It's my allergy to snow 9 pollen. So, anyhow, what did you want to know?
I've got a couple of questions to ask you.
Fire away.
All right. Let's show him the patient record. Ugh. All right. Are you going to trust me? I'm the real thing. Don't worry, there's no suspicious types here. Scan for listening devices. There are no. Feel free to discuss anything. Come on. Gotta learn to trust people. Yeah, let's trust people. All right. Yeah, those matches, nostalgic approach. We only give them out to our regulars. So that means that somebody from Queen's Hospital comes here. Lucasland, I heard that they closed down, but 3 years ago. I guess that wasn't the case. Oops. I'm surprised that you had trouble with this. What's that mean? These are Chinese characters from chemical elements hardly in standard use. If I wasn't a science major, I probably wouldn't know that for myself. It's a simple code using the characters. Okay. Meaning of the code. What's this about Chinese chemical element characters? What do you mean? The character on the far left is beryllium. The next one and the last one are nitrogen. The third one stands for sulfur. The fourth is oxygen. I've got it. Do you? Whose name is in this file? Please input your guesses. Oh. DILGO. Huh. I have no clue. Huh. What the hell could it mean? Chinese characters. Character on the left is beryllium. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen. I don't get it. Beryllium. chemical code beryllium BE. All right, so let's try this. BE. Chemical code. Ugh. For nitrogen. Ben. Sulfur. Benson.
So that's it. Benson. Beryllium is Be, nitrogen is N, sulfur is S, and oxygen is O. And another N makes Benson. The name Benson was encoded on this file.
Benson. I sure hope it is not referring to the chief, Benson Cunningham.
Or to our friendly engineer, Mr. Harry Benson.
Uh-oh.
No, that couldn't be. No way.
But the possibility, though remote, does exist.
Metal, I want you to cut off all your data transmissions to headquarters now.
Understood. Now disabling automatic transmission routines. Done. No further data transmissions to headquarters will be executed.
My God. A Snatcher in Junker headquarters? We've got to get there quick. Let's go, Metal.
See you later, Junker. Today's little information tidbit is on me. Now take care, Gillian. Don't get yourself taken out by some Snatcher. I think I'll lay low for a while. You know, after all, you are my main source of income.
You be careful too, Napoleon. You get killed and you won't be able to sneeze anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
See you, Napoleon. Metal,
Okay.
let's go.
Kind of a weird thing to say. Pretty weird thing to say. Alright, let's go to Junker Headquarters. Doop-a-doo-doo. Mika, the chief, Harry, they're... ask about Harry. About the chief. Code. Patient's name, in other words. I've uncovered a possible Snatcher. Another full name. The name Benson was written on the file. In other words, Benson Cunningham, the chief, or our friendly engineer Henry Benson. What do you think? Just some kind of mistake. He's out right now. He seemed to be going after the chief when he left. Said he checked something. I'm a little restless lately. Seemed to be investigating something. Okay. Chief is out right now. I don't know when he'll be back. Chief has been really busy lately. He'll be attending the Kyoto Summit next month, and he's a lot of meetings and stuff related to that. Kyoto Summit, what's that? It's the annual summit of the leaders of the world's advanced countries will be taking place in Kyoto. One of the topics of the year's agenda is the Snatcher menace. Other countries are starting to worry that Snatchers are not just a Neo-Kobe problem anymore. I believe a mistake. Let's try one more time here. One of the topics is blah 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 blah. Okay. Talk. Contents. No, you don't have to believe it. Snatchers, that's the way they operate. Alright, let's go computer room. Let's use Jordan. Benson Cunningham. Blood type, anti-snatcher force, foxhound, or being called blah blah blah. Instructor, foxhound, special forces. Good to know. Let's look at Harry next. Harry Benson. Science team, combat snatchers before its combination with the police agency to form the Junker Agency. Parents die in a catastrophe. It's PhD from Michigan State, gains unprecedented blah blah following war and contributes to ramjet engine development. Okay. Out of here. Let's go to the chief's office. Let's look for evidence. Proceed with the investigation. Let's start search the room here. Investigate. Picture. It's always bothered me. Don't you think this picture seems a little out of place? That's bugged me too. Investigate, monitor. Busy preparation summit. Something's funny here. Look, picture. But sure, but it appears to just be a picture of a face. Look, monitor. Monitor switched off. That's unusual. It's the first time I've ever seen it shut off. Look, chair. Investigate chair. Chair serves are quite low. Okay. Seems like the Seahawks might have won. Fireworks are going off outside. Look at the poster. It's a poster of a famous pop star. Look at the photo. Picture of Harry's childhood. Something on the desk. This will be a box of matches and a memo. No way. Face to face. Harry's the only one in headquarters who smokes. Face-to-face thing has got to be key. I have to search in areas that this brings to mind. Probably means either search for face-to-face or watch out for face-to-face or something like that. No, that's memo for me, metal. Alright, I'll store this memo. Yep. Do. Let's go to the shooting range just to see. Right, he gave up smoking all of a sudden the other day too. He's always such a heavy smoker too. That's funny, isn't it? Heavy smoker, so those matches were Harry's. Now you mentioned it, he's been gone for several hours. That's odd. I wonder where he went. Okay. Why don't we search headquarters while Harry... I have searched though. What else do you want me to search? Don't know what to do, where to go yet. Let's look around the area. Properly. I feel like Chief's office is what I'm missing, but I'm not sure yet. Whoops. All right. So I'm pretty sure I gotta investigate this room some more. Another thing that's frustrating about this game is sometimes you have to just do the same thing over and over and over again. If we could see the entire photo, we could determine who Harry's parents are. There's a box of matches on the desktop. There's a picture of Harry's childhood. See the entire photo, we could determine who Harry's parents are. Sure, but done everything in this room. Now what? Don't know where to do or what to do. There's a picture like this here in headquarters, wasn't there? Okay. Don't know what I'm doing. Look at this. I thought it was just a picture of a vase. If we reverse the background and drawing, it's two faces. This must be face to face that Harry was referring to in his memo. The picture was clearly designed to take advantage of human sense. I still don't see the faces. The picture flipped over to reveal a photograph. Still don't see the faces. Photo. Judge this photograph to be at least 50 years old. Found it. Sweet. Red Square in Moscow, taken sometime between the catastrophe. A lot going on right now. Can't be ruled out in the evidence. Okay. Still don't see the faces. Okay. Oh.
Gillian, it's me, Jamie. Listen carefully. You know that Queen's Hospital? I found out that they undertook a major expansion project in 2035 to put in a basement. That's right, they have a basement. Basement construction is really unusual here in Neo Kobe. That's why there are still records of it. But there's more. The director of that hospital, Chin Shu Ho, has had his license suspended in the past for performing eugenics experiments at an illicit underground facility.
Are you telling me Queens has underground treatment facilities?
That has to be it, Gillian. Chin Shu Ho is performing skin operations on Snatchers underground.
And that means that Chin himself is also probably a Snatcher. Or rather, the real Chin, the original Chin, was snatched.
So, that entire ground-level complex is just a front for the underground facilities.
And if we hit that hospital, we can ruin the Snatcher's plans.
Yeah.
Well, this is it, Metal. We're heading right into the enemy's headquarters this time.
Gillian,
Yeah?
this sounds really dangerous. I just wanted you to know, I want you to come home safe.
Jamie,
The reason I left you is because I thought you were pushing yourself too hard, being self-destructive. And it seemed like the wedding ring you were wearing when they found us had become a tremendous burden on you. I didn't want that to be the only reason we stayed together.
oh Jamie, I never felt that way at all.
I'll be waiting for you. We may not have our memories, but you are the only one I've ever shared any time with.
Oh boy.
Be careful, Gillian.
Jamie.
Are you all right, Gillian?
Yeah. All right, Metal, let's go. We have to pay a visit to Queen's Hospital. Her Majesty is waiting.
Okay. Queen's Hospital. Here we go.
Just where do you think you're going?
This is most unusual. The turbo cycle seems to be out of control.
Switch over to manual. I'll take over.
Understood. I've switched to manual control. Well, how is it?
What the? We've got no brakes! Metal, check the brake system out, pronto!
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Gillian. Looks like sabotage. No doubt the Snatcher's handiwork.
Sabotaged? But the only one who could work on the turbo cycle?
Worry about that later. Gillian, we've got
Would
to do
be
something.
Harry. It broke. Oh no. Don't give up so easily. I might get out of this yet. What in the world are you doing?
And a good morning to you, my friend. Bud Miller with you here on the big 90.7. Looks like we're gonna have a bright...
God, we'll just sideswipe the cliff. Hang on. Oh no. Oh no, afterburner. That means faster. Let's pray together. Oh dear Lord. Oh look, another command showed up.
Metal, start punching buttons.
Any buttons at all?
Yes, yes, push anything.
Gillian, this doesn't seem to be doing any good.
Damn, I was sure that would work.
Gillian, the road makes a sharp right turn just 1,500 meters ahead. At this speed, we'll never make it. Gillian! Gillian!
Huh? Over here!
It's gonna be
What's
random.
that? Gillian, over here! Random! Gillian, you gotta jump over to my bike! Hurry!
800 meters until we reach the curve.
Metal, you go first!
What? Not again.
Move your butt! That curve's just ahead!
Understood. 1, 2, 3.
All right, Gillian, now it's your turn. Keep her steady.
300 meters until you reach the curve.
Gillian, jump! I can't! My timing's off!
150 meters.
Oh no.
Gillian, now!
70 meters.
Now, Gillian, now!
Oh, we're too late.
Was I supposed to do something?
Gillian! I guess he didn't make it. Don't bury me so fast. I'm right here. Don't you even know how to ride a motorcycle?
Gillian, it's not much farther to Queen's Hospital, and you could probably use the exercise anyway. Why don't we just continue the rest of the way like this? We've arrived at Queen's Hospital.
So, this is the place, huh? Random, are you sure you know what you're doing? This isn't going to be a field trip, you know. We may not come back.
And the bounty for this one will more than make up for it.
If you're around to spend it, that is.
Gillian, let's get going.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's go inside. Opening the door. Here we go. Door 3. I believe that's some kind of trap device in it. We haven't examined yet. Yeah, let's hurry up and check it out. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's funny. Maybe it was blah blah blah. Must be a switch somewhere. What kind of device are you talking about? Why don't we just take a good look around? What's this? Face to face. Doesn't this look like the picture? Yes, it does. Eyes. Not something a human would notice easily. Could be a sign of something. Oh boy.
This apparently leads down to a lower level.
It looks like Jamie was right. Queen's Hospital does have a basement.
Basement
And
time.
that basement is the Snatcher's main lair. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. Well, what do we do now, Gillian?
Peep. Appears to go straight down. Investigate. Motion detector. Unlike the hallway, these stairs do not have any dust on them. In other words, they're friends. Let's save. Descend.
It's a very narrow stairway. We'll have to go down single file.
Okay, who's going to take the point?
That's obvious. The guy with the light.
Hey, that's not fair!
Well, well, what do we have here?
It's the hospital corridor.
It's the same hallway, but not the one that's on the first floor.
So what does that mean?
An entire floor of Queen's Hospital has been duplicated underground.
So the same floor is both upstairs and downstairs. Sort of like parallel worlds.
Weird.
So that desolate setup upstairs is all just a smokescreen. They're making it look like the place is closed down, but in reality, they're keeping themselves quite busy.
Gillian, that means we're already right in the middle of their headquarters. Please use extreme caution.
Let's look around. Everything's exactly the same. It's like they jumped through time or something. Polished. Nothing upstairs at all. Let's see, it was linoleum, huh? Alright. Monitors, controls. In other words, stuff gets used regularly. Doors closed. Okay. Investigate reception desk. The switches here to open the doors. Investigate switches. Unlike the first floor, there are only 2 switches. Use switches. Switch 1. Door opened. Move. Door 1. Let's go check it out. The lights are on, unlike upstairs. There's an operating table in the middle of the room. This appears to be their real treatment area. With these lights, it actually looks like a real hospital. Various X-ray devices have been installed. Number of brand new medical monitors. Appears to be a standard operating table. Cables run from it. Blah blah. Okay. Start investigating around the room. Nothing besides medical equipment. Pretty big place. Can't really see everything at once. Let's take a look from the other side. Alright, let's take a look at the entire room. Ah! It's a Snatcher! Don't scare me like that. It's just a specimen. Wonder if this is where they carry out the treatment. Sure looks that way. Let's investigate. Ceiling. Size standard X-ray. Would suspect that it used cancer treatment. Oops. Lint's been polished. These are monitors for ultrasound, MRI, and other imaging equipment. Surface of the bed is still quite warm. Uh-oh. motion. Okay. Smell of drugs could knock a guy down. That's it. Let's trash the place. Just relax. Let's take a look at the other rooms too. It's a model of a human skeleton, no doubt used for autonomy. Back into the hall we go. Use switches. Switch 2. Door number 2 opened. Move. Door number 2. We're in room number 2. What kind of testing equipment is running? Nasty sound gets on my nerves. Around the room. Rooms to be biotech research lab. Looks like Frankenstein. Alright. Ceiling. Well equipped with micro manipulators, various testings, various types of lasers. Has a microsurgery system. Shelf. Number of large formaldehyde. Let's look at desktop. Number of machines, biotech experiments. Monitors. First quantity. Monitors, microscopes, and other like. Smell. Smells like rotting fish or something. Decomposing protein. Cancerous skin cells like Gibson wrote about. Investigate. Containers. Number of cell cultures and other specimens. Samples mutated cells and organs with tumors. Don't like to look at that at all. What do you think? Sure looks like we found our hideout. Let's take a look at the room next door. Uh-oh. Whew.
Did I get it?
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated. There's no doubt now that this is their maintenance facility. This one was probably still waiting to get its artificial skin installed.
So this is what they really look like, huh?
Yeah, that's the scariest thing about them. You can't tell them from real people once they've got that skin on.
Perhaps that's humanity's great weakness. We're always judging books by their cover.
And it's just that human weakness
Oh,
that
man.
they're out to take advantage of.
Such bad jokes all the
All right,
time.
Random. Metal, let's go. The HQ's junk squad can take care of him later. We've got an investigation to do.
We got up. Hit me twice though. Got a few hundred of those together. Great. Let's get on with the investigation. Look. Snatcher. On the floor. Investigate. Snatcher. Its functions being terminated. Smell. It's like burning machinery. Talk. Doing the treatment here, and the proof is over there on the floor. Motion detector, no longer repeating any moment. Motion, look around the room. Investigate around the room. All right. Let's go into door number 2 again. Do you think this place is only used for skin treatment? Equipment and techniques they're using. Most of these methods were abandoned years ago. This is well behind the current level. It's a rough approximation, but I would say they are 20 to 30 years behind the times. What's more, judging from the imbalance of research material, appears to be primarily the work of an individual. You're telling me that all the work of the Snatcher's artificial skin is being carried out by one person? Alright, not some government. The design of this lab itself is in violation of a number of biohazard prevention safety codes. While a few safety cabinets have been installed, there's no... This is quite far from P4 level. I previously doubt that this lab was set up by a government or other large organization. Interesting. Could be finding, blah, blah, blah. Let's look. Monitors. Microsurgery system. Particle accelerator, huh? All right. Hmm. There's two buttons. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for. I don't know what to do.
All right, let's try pushing both buttons simultaneously.
The two buttons are on opposite panels, so there's no way one person can push them both alone. But if two of us work together, it might do it.
That's it, Gillian. It makes perfect sense. It's the same system they used to use in nuclear missile silos in the late 20th century. Eliminates the risk of one man going nuts and acting alone.
Well, it's hard to be sure, but let's give it a try anyway. I've got button 1. Random, you push number 2. You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Come on!
You did it! Door number 3 opened.
With safety measures like that, they must have had a good reason for wanting to keep it closed.
See, that kind of stuff is really frustrating. You just had to keep looking at it over and over and over again until it gave you the option. It wasn't anything to do with, like, figuring it out. Ugh.
Good God!
I read 4 human skeletons in this room.
It's their morgue.
Perhaps victims of the Snatchers?
Well, it doesn't look like whoever put them here was too worried about making sure they would rest in peace.
No, it doesn't. These have got to be their victims.
This is probably where they hide the bodies of the originals they snatch from places like Outer Heaven.
They probably picked Outer Heaven because it gets a lot of VIP traffic. Plus,
Yeah.
during masquerade time, they could work the place and still keep their identities secret.
Yeah, and the guy who set up the link between them and Outer Heaven was Freddy, that taxi driver. They must have gone after him not because of who he was, but what he did. After all, with a taxi, there's plenty of chances to milk your customers for information. That's probably how they learned about Outer Heaven and Plato's Cavern.
I've been wondering what they had done with the bodies.
Want to hide a book? What better place than the library? Need to hide a body? How about the morgue?
And for them, keeping the bodies hidden is crucial. I mean, if somebody who's supposed to be dead is out walking the streets, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out that something screwy is going on.
That means that if we can figure out who these bodies were, then we've just nailed 4 snatchers.
Okay. So let's look at these bodies. Let's look at the walls. Ventilation duct. Look, remains. One of the bodies is still decomposing. The other 3 are a little more than skeletons. Smell. Horrible smell. Alright, look. Ducts. It's a cover by the duct. Weakened by oxidation. Investigate. Remains. Number of different insect larvae have infested the body. It has been well preserved, but it's definitely a human body. Smell again, just for the heck of it. Investigate. Estimated time to death. Insects infesting a decomposing body could be divided into 8 large groups. Each group works off a different body, roughly 15 days, making 8 times 15 or 4-month cycle. As such, an analysis of variety, number, and size of organisms on the body allows a rather accurate estimation of which group is currently present. In other words, you can figure out how long the victim's been dead without analyzing the body itself, right? On this particular body, flies have laid eggs and the maggots have grown into adult flies, so it has been less than 30 days since death. As for the other 3 bodies, 1 full cycle has been completed, so at least 4 months. Interesting. Cause of death. Can you determine cause of death? The bodies are severely damaged. Such a determination will require more extensive facilities than we currently have. Identity. What about the identity? Hair, clothing, even teeth, anything that could be used is gone. Damn snatchers, they were even grateful enough to make sure identities didn't get out. If you even had some teeth, we might be able to make a ID. How are we going to identify them? We can perform simulated reconstruction. Fortunately, the skulls of the victims are still intact. Interesting. Doing some bones stuff here. It's connected to the underground air circulation system, may lead into tube liner as well. To the reconstruction thing. Yeah.
Now performing simulated reconstruction of the head and facial features of each of the 4 victims. Commencing with victim number 1. Now performing craniometric analysis. X-ray and sagittal X-ray, magnetic resonance imaging, and positron CT data gathered. Complete cranial data now being compiled. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction. First, victim's age. Estimate based on 1. Presence or absence of cranial fontanelles and chroma of epicranial sutures. 2. Area of facial region and cranium. 3. Height of upper and lower jaw and development of alveolar part. And 4. Location of cranial center of gravity. Next, victim sex. Estimate based on 1. Overall size of cranium. 2. Parietal bone angle, and 3. Development of splachocranium. Lastly, victim's race. Estimate based on 1. Overall cranial configuration.
Wow.
2. Volume
A lot of
of
stuff going
intracranial
on here.
cavity, and 3. Mass of the skull. Now commencing soft feature reconstruction based on averaged results of above analysis. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction
Hey,
of head of
we know
first
that
victim
guy.
completed.
It's Freddie Nielsen.
Moving on to second victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 2. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features.
Hey, we know her too.
Head of second victim completed.
That's Lisa Nielsen.
Moving on to third victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 3. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete.
Wow.
Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of third victim completed.
Who in the world is that?
That's the director of Queen's Hospital, Shin Fui, what's his face,
Chin Shu O, Gillian. Moving on to
Chin-Shu
last
Oh.
victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number
'Kay.
4.
This one's the most recent. It's still decomposing.
Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of final victim completed.
It's the Chief!
What?
The Chief is a Snatcher! The Benson on the scrap of that patient record was Benson Cunningham.
Judging from the condition of the body, I would estimate that the snatching took place approximately 1 month ago.
So it was the Chief who sabotaged our turbocycle. And those matches we found in Harry's room, the Chief must have put them there to try to set him up.
Well,
No doubt Harry figured it out and decided to leave that face-to-face message. Wait a minute. Didn't Mika say that Harry had left to go find the Chief?
That's right. He was probably trying to track down some evidence on the Chief.
Gillian, I'd say that this Harry has put himself in a pretty dangerous spot.
yep.
If it was the Chief that sabotaged the turbocycle, doesn't that mean that he already knows we're onto him?
Probably.
Damn! Harry and Mika are in danger!
Oh no.
That's far enough, Junker. Your little investigation is over.
Uh-oh.
It's them!
Who? Snatchers?
Get them.
Ooh, no. I dropped my gun.
My arm! I can't reach my blaster! I'm hit in the leg!
Is that the best you can do, Junker?
Who's there? Jin Shuo, you scum!
It seems you still have some fight left in you. You two are finished, but our plans move forward. We are now entering phase 2. And when we do, not only this city, but the entire world will be ours to command.
Phase 2?
Huh.
What are you talking about?
As you
we go.
know, our operations have been hindered up to now by the flaws in our artificial skin. The skin's shortcomings have kept us away from ultraviolet rays, forcing us to do our work at night, underground, or in the winter. In the end, we had to construct a hospital like this, all because of the flaws in our artificial skin.
Don't you love it when the bad guy exposition dumps on you?
Humans. But now we have broken this barrier.
Huh?
We are on the verge of developing
Tell me
a
more.
perfect artificial
I must
skin,
know the entire thing.
thanks to the cooperation of a new partner in our plan.
Perfect artificial skin? A new partner?
Once we have the new skin, nothing will be able to stop us. And with that, our plan moves to phase 2. Our little experiment in this city will end, and we'll move in force to take over the world.
Don't be so sure. You won't get out of the city that easy.
Yeah.
You humans are always so overconfident, so naive.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure you're aware that the Kyoto Summit, being held to decide how to handle the Snatcher problem, opens tomorrow.
Yep.
Metal, is that right?
Yes, countries around the world are concerned about the Snatcher problem. It will be one of the main topics discussed at
I'm
this
assuming
year's
that's
summit.
Act 3.
That's right. Tomorrow, we attack the summit.
You must be crazy. The security there will be incredible. You won't even get close.
Must I explain everything to you, Junker? Aren't you even aware that a fellow Junker will be giving a special presentation at the summit?
The chief, Cunningham. So that's why you snatched him.
We've known that your chief would be speaking at the summit for over 3 months now.
Yes, tell me all of your plans so I can have a chance to stop them.
Listen, we have your chief. You Junkers are at our mercy, and so is this city. And tomorrow, we move on the world. Nothing can stop us now.
Gosh.
We will finally achieve our long-awaited goal of global domination.
Who is this we you keep talking about?
We are an evolved life form, given life in the depths of the Kremlin by our creator, Modnar. We are a new race.
Modnar?
Modnar?
Modnar? The Kremlin? Those names are familiar, but...
Our goal is to snatch all of the world's leaders and then achieve total control of human thought and worldwide racial unification.
You're insane. Humanity won't be so easily dominated. You underestimate the strength of the human spirit.
I think not. In the same way as the Nazis, our strategy begins with the overpowering of the spirit of the people. We will strike at you humans' weakest point, the most primitive part of your psychological makeup, your suspiciousness and fear. By provoking suspicion and mistrust throughout the populace, we will destroy that fragile fabric which holds your society together, that of trust. Fear is you humans' weak point. It is the primitive part of your brains that binds you forever to your animal ancestors and makes you vulnerable. By stimulating that part of your atavistic instincts, our plan can succeed magnificently.
Gillian, at this rate, they'll kill us all. You've got to get out alive. You're a junker.
Just what did you have in mind?
I've got a big fireworks show ready for him. Better that than get snatched.
What? You're gonna blow yourself up? No, we're better off fighting together.
Hey, it won't work. I'm hit in the thigh. Ow, oh, damn. A bounty hunter can't do anything
Ow,
with a leg
ooh,
wound like this.
damn.
I might as well have been shot in the head.
There must be some way out of here.
Hey, I wasn't doing this job just for fun. I stayed ready for situations like this. I've always been prepared to go out with a bang.
It's December. A little late for fireworks.
So it'll be an off-season show.
No, I can't let you.
My belt's packed with TNT-PX. You know, The really strong stuff they use in the mines on Mars, one push, and this whole hospital will go. No trouble at all. No time to sit around thinking, Junker boy. Go! What are you doing? Get your butt moving, you fool! Get out through this air shaft. I've got a powerful strobe on me. Its flash will screw up their sensors long enough for you to get out. Now, you with me? Fireworks are better for the distance
with
anyway,
you.
Gillian.
Are you two finished chatting? Then I think it's time for you to die. We're busy, you know.
You ready? When I give the signal,
boy.
break into the air shaft and run. And don't forget your blaster. Metal, stay with me.
Yes, sir.
Random. Gillian. Doesn't look like I'm gonna have a chance to call in that debt you owe me.
Don't worry. I'll pay it back to the Snatchers with interest.
All right, go!
Run, Gillian!
Wasn't that the most ridiculous thing?
Metal, are you okay?
Oh no, my internet looks like it's trashed.
Metal, something broken?
Language circuits have been damaged somewhat.
What happened?
Random blew himself up after getting us into this air shaft.
Random.
Gillian, that explosion should have taken all of Queen's Hospital with it.
The thick walls of this duct must have shielded us from enough of the blast. If it wasn't for Random, we wouldn't have made it. Oh, Random.
Gillian, we have no time for grief now.
Thanks,
we
Random.
must get back to Junker headquarters as quickly as possible. Harry and Mika are in danger.
You're right. And I have to keep my promise to Random. But first, we have to figure out how to get out of here.
I can't see a thing. What should we do?
Turn on your light. Let's try moving around. All right. There could be Snatchers waiting for us. Extreme caution. Sure you want to... Sure this thing has an exit? Probably. Destructive well. Alright. Investigate. Ground. Sand spilled here. Blah, blah. Listen. Hear the sound of water. Okay. Alright, now analyze the sand. High quantities of phosphorus. This type of sand is particular to M District. Okay. The M District, around the old factory. Picking up any movement. Afraid the shock of the explosion has damaged my motion detector. Alright. Getting partial readings, but they're not as sensitive as they should be. If we get attacked in a narrow area like this, we've had it. Please pray for us. Depend on my own eyes and ears. All right. Means that there's certainly no reason why anyone would ever deliberately clean a duct. Snow 9. As though the concentration is thin, there's definitely Snow 9. Snow 9 will be safe at these concentrations. Okay. Seems like this is just a simple air duct. Let's go ahead and save real quick. Let's look at the scratches. Snatcher. Okay. This does not seem to be ordinary air duct. Looks like the Snatchers have been using it to move around. These scratches and the presence of I say it's definite. Sure don't want to meet up with any of them in a tight space like this. Advance. All right, here we go. God damn it. Ah, it's annoying. No, god damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna die quite a bit here, I'm sure. Alright, let's try again. I got this. It's like once you get hit once, it becomes difficult to recover. No! Alright. Come on. No! This is gonna suck. It's gonna suck a lot. Do 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 do. What? How did that... Jesus. That was stupid. Alright. That was close. Yeah, took 5 hits. Thanks. Was definitely curtains multiple times. Alright. Do. Don't want to meet up with any more of those spiders. Well, yeah. No, I don't. We're saved! Oh, great.
What in the world?
This is part of the tube liner, the city's long-abandoned subway system.
You mean Queen's Hospital and this were connected?
Yes, it would appear that the Snatchers were using this to move from place to place. This would provide them with the perfect way to move about while still avoiding the ultraviolet rays they hate so much.
Yeah, makes sense.
We should have realized this sooner. The city is crisscrossed by the tube liner's old lines, and since they are abandoned, the Snatchers could move undetected as well.
Aha! That's how those two we caught a glimpse of at the abandoned factory where Gibson was killed were able to disappear so quickly. They must have used this subway.
Makes sense.
That would appear to be correct. The tube liner passes underneath that factory site as well. That would also explain why sand from the factory was in the air duct at the hospital.
So this is the trick they were using to stay out of the sun and avoid being seen while they moved around.
Makes sense.
Now we know why it took so long to uncover them.
All right, let's follow the subway. We should be able to get out when we get to the nearest station.
Subway. Eat fresh. Forever. We are lost. Wonder where we are. Let's look around. Front. Can you see what's up ahead? Appears the tunnel continues as far as I can see. Behind. Area just passed. Nothing out of the ordinary. Listen. The only sound is that of our own footsteps. How much further? Since I don't know what the exact present location is, I cannot give you an accurate account. Blah, blah, blah. This part of the system didn't make very many stations. Cool. No trains of Potrine. Tube liner system has been abandoned for years. Let's look in front again. Cannot see anything else. Talk some more. What part of the city is this? I believe we are probably underneath the MR district. Not picking up any unusual sounds. What's wrong?
Look, metal, light!
Metal Gear.
Yes, but this doesn't look like a station.
There's a ladder.
There's a ladder!
Gillian?
I don't have the slightest, but let's climb it and see.
All right. Now climbing the
Okay.
ladder.
Oh, this game's a little bit ridiculous.
We seem to have emerged into an odd place. Wait,
We've been here before.
This room.
It's Freddie Nielsen's bathroom. He
That's
was
the
using
tub.
the shaft from the bathtub to get down into the subway. So that's how he did that.
Ah, yes. As I recall, after you disposed of Lisa, he somehow entered the apartment without using the regular entrance.
Which he accomplished by using this secret passage into his bathtub.
The bathtub must be of a double construction. The bottom is actually a lid. When they wanted to hide the passage, all they needed to do was fill the tub. And to get in and out, they would just drain the water into another tank.
Jeez. Double-bottom bathtubs? Abandoned subways? Snatchers really go out of their way to stay out of the sun.
Apparently.
Okay, Gillian, let's head outside.
Alright, let's see. Try to investigate anything here? Not gonna strangle me this time. Let's look at the map. The Queen's Hospital had a picture of the cathedral. The chief keeps a picture of Red Square. How come everybody is such a big Moscow fan? What's going on? There's gonna seem some clue to this whole thing. Did that guy say something about it? Before the explosion, didn't Shin Shu-O say something about achieving what was meant to be 55 years ago in the Kremlin? Now that you mention it, this map is from exactly that era. 55 years ago, the key to understanding the Snatchers, no doubt, lies here. This has to be some meaning. I don't think they'd paste a 50-year-old map up here for nothing. All right. Can we investigate? No. All right. Sure, there's nothing I missed in here. Unless we can take out the Snatcher posing as chief before tomorrow. Past midnight, so it's actually today. We'll be in serious trouble. We must hurry back to headquarters. Okay. That's fine. Don't break the beam. I'll have people from headquarters all over this place. Gotta make sure nobody messes with the evidence after all. I feel like I'm breaking into some place. Now let's get back to headquarters. All right. Let's go ahead and save real quick. I don't remember. Let's do 3. Save complete. Continue playing. And get into the turbo. Alright, so we gotta look around. Investigate. Look around area. Look, there's a taxi over there. Sweet. Investigate. Taxi. Ride in taxi. Here we go. Getting in that taxi. Where to, sir? Car's been modified. All right. This isn't. All right, fine. Junker headquarters. Ugh. We're in a hurry. All right. Can't be serious. This is a man taxi, you know. Oh, great.
Is he dead?
Jeez.
He's junk now. Stubborn one, wasn't he?
He's
Jeez.
junk.
He made it through that explosion and was waiting for us out here. If those things ever get control of the city, there's no way we'll ever get it back. We've got to stop them before that.
And to do that, We have to prevent the chief from getting to the Kyoto summit.
I know. And I have to pay back my debt to Random.
Let's use this taxi to get back to Junker headquarters.
I planned on it. I just hope Mika and Harry are safe.
Oh boy. This game. Final showdown. So am I already in Act 3? Did I not notice this changed to Act 3? Or am I still in Act 2? Huh. I don't even know. Alright. So if this is still Act 2, and I got a whole nother act to go, I don't think I'm going to make it. A few holes in the shield. Right. Let's go inside. Okay. Shutter. Surface of the shutter shows evidence of being struck by fire. Yep. Something's coming in the booth. Still in the booth. Emergency lighting. Blah, blah. Emergency status. Okay. It functions as protective shield, so there's no way inside the booth without it. Okay. Yeah, so been locked from the inside. The only way to open it is from the inside of the booth. I've been investigating the booth. Jesus. The emergency external connection port, then it can be opened from the outside.
All right, I'm going to open it, but please use extreme caution. Anything could be inside.
Mika! Mika, are you all right? Metal, how is she?
Her pulse is normal. The only external injuries are to her forehead, and they are not serious. There's been no significant blood loss.
Mika, come on, snap out of it. It's me, Gillian.
Gillian? Gillian.
Mika, what happened?
Gillian, the chief. The chief is a Snatcher.
So he's
Oh, boy.
finally shown his true colors.
Harry's...
What's happened to Harry?
Harry put me in the pod and sealed the main door. He locked the Snatcher in.
That was smart. Not even a Snatcher can get through this shield.
So where's Harry?
He said keep the door sealed no matter what happens in there. And then he went in. Gillian, please help him.
Harry! Mika, open the door. I'm going in.
I'm going in.
Metal, we're going in. Be careful. That Snatcher could be hiding anywhere.
Occasionally, he just sounds like a more confident
Gillian,
Inspector
please
Gadget.
be careful. The chief is very cunning. Don't let your guard down.
Don't worry. I'll watch myself in there.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Harry!
Oh, Gillian. Is that you? I'm getting old. Just look at me.
What happened?
I saw the chief messing with your turbo cycle. And that weird picture in his office.
Metal, how is he? Metal!
I
Oh no.
do not wish to say.
Poor Harry.
That bad, huh?
Gillian, when I confronted him about what I saw, he showed me what he really was.
Oh no.
I was barely able to even scratch him.
That's enough, Harry. I understand. Metal, is there anything we can do for him?
Gillian, I'm sorry.
Harry, you'll be okay. Doesn't look like you're hurting too bad. This'll work out
For early
perfect,
90s, the voice acting's not bad
working too
for
hard
video
anyway.
games.
Why don't
Because
you
video
take a
games,
nice
they
long
just
vacation somewhere
plucked
and
whoever
rest
they
up?
could for any sort of
Yeah,
voice
sure.
acting.
Nice try, Gillian, but it's my body.
It's not been since the last few
No,
years
I-
that they've really,
I ain't gonna make it.
maybe the last
You-
decade or so that they've
you were a
really,
good kid,
maybe
Gillian.
2 decades now.
Harry!
But you know what I mean.
Don't know how to say this right, but I've always had a special feeling about you.
Oh,
I've-
Harry.
I've always had trouble talking to people since I was little, like my father. What I can remember of him.
Pulse and blood pressure falling.
Harry, hang
I think it's gonna be something weird like Harry's my son.
Remember?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You, me, and Jean, the 3 of us.
But John is...
Metal, quiet!
Gillian, I've lived my life alone. I didn't know my parents or family. Always so stubborn, glued to my research. I never really trusted anybody. That was a mistake.
Did I get Demolition Man? And I'm actually in the
Harry?
future.
After Jean died, I felt it. Human warmth, companionship.
I know what you mean.
Gillian, I just wanted to get along with everybody. I don't need no Nobel Prize. For 50 years, I've been searching, trying to find something I lost. Looks like I'll never find it now.
Gillian, he's about...
Looks like I've been talking too much. It's up to you now, Gillian. I'm finished. You
Poor
won't
Harry.
forget this old grouch, will you?
Poor Harry Benson.
Harry!
Gillian, you've got to believe in yourself. You're the last junker.
Best junker.
Harry! Harry!
Pulse 0. Pupils are dilated.
Cunningham! No! Snatcher! I'll get you for this!
We have no time for grieving. That Snatcher is still hiding somewhere here in headquarters.
Metal, listen to me. If that Snatcher gets me, you've got to take Mika and run. Then you've got to blow up Junker headquarters. Blow it sky high. You understand me?
Yes, sir. I just hope it doesn't come to that. So, where should we start our search?
Okay, I had to actually hit a button for it to do the next thing. Let's go to the chief's office first, I guess. Alright, let's look around. Detective's room. Here we go. Shooting range. Mm-hmm. Back to the hallway. All right, last place. Let's see. Engineering room. Seeing what's not here before. Stain on desk. It's blood. It's dripping. What?
The lighting control system has been destroyed. Distance to motion readings increasing.
Is he trying to run?
Motion readings have vanished.
You got past me this time, Snatcher.
Headquarters emergency lighting has been
Why
activated.
did it look like me?
Can we find him again?
We should go after him immediately.
We'll find him. We know he's somewhere inside headquarters.
The Snatcher has been wounded. We should look for traces of blood.
Engineering room. Look. Can't find any sign of the Snatcher. Search. Bloodstain. Okay. Computer room. Look. Search. Bloodstain. Don't see any evidence of blood. Okay. So it's not here. Move. Detective's room. Move. Shooting range. Let's see. Front. Front wasn't there before.
The main door has been opened. Did Mika open it?
Wait, Mika's not in the pod.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
The lighting has been disconnected.
Don't move, Seed.
Cunningham, is that you?
I read motion. He is definitely in here.
Where are you? Show yourself.
I'm right here. I don't need to run or hide from you.
Mika!
No, Gillian, don't move. It's a trap.
A hostage? You cowardly scum! Mika, why did you open the entrance?
I don't know. I was really scared. I mean, the emergency light's coming on so suddenly.
Seed, go ahead and shoot. But you'd better be a pretty good shot, or this kid goes home in a bag.
Oh no.
Shoot, Gillian. Kill this thing. Don't worry about me.
Mika!
What are you going to do?
I have you now, Junker.
What? Apparently, that doesn't hurt him. Yeah, I just have to not worry about her hands. What I figured out at the end there.
Mika, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Harry? I got him. Random? Sorry it took so long, but this ought to make
It's been
us
like
even.
15 minutes. Didn't take that long.
Junker? You may have stopped me, but it's not over yet.
Gillian, this is just residual energy feedback. Its power levels are dropping rapidly.
Queen's Hospital was nothing more than a maintenance facility. We have comrades operating throughout the city, more than you can imagine.
Uh-oh.
Now our plans will move into phase 2. For that, we will enlist the help of Professor Lorraine. Your existence is meaningless as long as you don't get your memory back. Good luck, young.
Yeah, he wasn't too hard. Like I said, I just had to figure out that I didn't have to worry about her hands. I thought I was going to shoot her in the hands, and that was going to be bad, but apparently they didn't care about that.
Harry. Why? Please tell me. Why do so many good people have to die?
Mika.
This is all wrong.
Mika, don't worry. I won't let anybody else die. I've made a promise to Harry and Random. But the city is still full of Snatchers.
Spider area is the hardest part so far. Didn't like that part. Must be just about to enter into Act 3, huh?
Gillian, I have an urgent video call from Jamie. I'll connect you.
Gillian, I've got my memory back. I remember everything.
Your memory? So what about us, Jamie? Who are we?
Gillian, it's terrible. What we've done.
Jamie, what's wrong?
I can't tell you something like this over the video phone. I would have been better off never remembering.
Okay, Jamie, calm down. I'll head out right now. Where are you? Is it snowing?
I'm sorry, Gillian. I can't tell you. They've taken our boy hostage.
Our boy? Who?
Uh-oh.
Professor Modner is here too.
Jamie, what are you talking about?
I'm so sorry.
Uh-oh.
Snatcher.
Gillian.
We have
Act 3 is going to be saving my wife.
We only require her cooperation for a short period.
Once Act 3 starts, I'm going to take just like a 5-minute break to grab something to drink and to go use the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Yes, I would like to save. Let's put it in 4. Yes.
With the start of this year's Kyoto Summit just 3 hours away, the delegates from the participating countries are beginning to arrive at the conference center.
Once I get to a part I can actually
A major poll of
pause.
domestic and international opinion carried out just last week shows that the vast majority of respondents favor a complete quarantine of Neo Kobe as a means to combat the risk of the Snatcher menace.
Now that the Chief's death has been confirmed, it won't be long before they strip us of our Junker authorization.
They will be deciding how to handle Neo Kobe at the summit in just 3 hours.
There are rumors that they're going to use nukes on the city to make sure the Snatchers are wiped out.
That's ridiculous. Come on, this is the 21st century.
That may not be as improbable as it seems. The world's leaders are extremely concerned about the Snatcher problem.
The Chief was going to calm this hysteria in his speech at the summit, but that'll never happen now.
3 months ago, government pressure on Junker operations increased dramatically. Gillian's transfer here was really our last chance.
Oh boy.
Our own chief was snatched. It's not too surprising they don't want to trust us anymore.
I've heard that the Army and FBI are going to take over operations now.
The Army and
That's correct.
FBI.
That too will be officially decided in 3 hours' time.
3 hours, eh? Is there any way we can find their hideout in that time?
If we don't, we and everybody else in this city are finished.
As far as they're concerned, we're just like a cancerous tumor that has to be cut out.
We have to hit the Snatcher's headquarters before then.
Gillian, can you do it?
Yeah, I
If we only
can.
knew where it was, I should be able to manage something.
Got just over 2
Hitting their
hours.
outposts like
We could do
Queen's
this.
Hospital won't do
2
any good.
hours.
We have to find their main
Yeah.
nerve center.
Yeah.
What about the memory of that Snatcher who was impersonating the chief?
Just like the others, it was completely blanked. It's a form of self-destruct mechanism that they use.
Wait a minute. Metal, what about tracing that video phone call from Jamie?
It was no good. The call didn't last long enough. Still, it definitely did come from within the city.
Damn. Where
Oh,
are they
I'm
hiding?
saying 2 hours until
Gillian, can't you remember anything
call.
at all? Didn't
A little
Jamie
over
say
2 hours till
something
the
that
call.
implied you were somehow connected to the Snatchers?
Nothing. I can't remember a damn thing. Metal, I want you to tell me everything you know about me. Why was I sent to Junker headquarters? Where did I come from?
Gillian,
Metal, the chief's dead. Tell me everything you know about me.
well, you see...
Metal!
All right. With the chief gone, you are the highest-ranking officer here.
You knew all along?
Of course.
Where were we rescued from?
3 years ago, you and Jamie were taken into protective custody in the Siberian Neutral Zone by the 17th Siberian Investigative Force. More precisely, you were discovered in cryogenic sleep pods in an underground bunker near Moscow.
Cryogenic sleep pods?
we were
You mean they were
we were
frozen?
demolition manned.
This is a photograph
Harry
of the bunker.
is my son.
There is no record of when you were placed there. In
I hope
addition,
that that's true.
The third pod was empty at the time you were discovered.
There were 3 pods?
You were revived and taken into custody by the army. Apparently, as a result of the extended sleep, both of you suffered from complete amnesia. However, another theory suggests your memories may have been intentionally erased. This is the only piece of evidence found at the site.
That's Harry's picture, from when he was a kid.
That's correct. Harry is Gillian and Jamie's son. It's been
Hey, I
confirmed
called
by
it.
DNA tests.
Harry? Harry was my son?
Using the information gained from the photo, it was established that you are Gillian Seed and your wife, Jamie Lorraine. Both of you are American citizens, born in the late 1960s.
The 1960s?
Wow.
In addition, both of you vanished without a trace in 1989. There is no other information available about you after that.
1989?
Yes, you come from a world that's been gone for 50 years.
But what does that have to do with the Snatchers?
When the 17th Special Investigative Force was bringing the two of you out, there was an accident. Though the two of you were all right, most of the 17th was killed. One of them was a Snatcher. Of course, before their departure, they all underwent thorough examinations. So, if one of them was snatched...
It had to be somewhere in Siberia, right?
That's correct. And in order to attempt to determine the origin of the Snatcher, as well as your true identities, you were assigned to Junker headquarters. The hope was that exposure to the Snatchers would help you regain your memories.
Moscow? 50 years ago?
Almost everyone who was in Moscow at the time was killed in the catastrophe.
So Gillian and Jamie are the only living witnesses?
Harry.
Huh.
Harry was my son. Did he know?
No, it was highly classified information. He was never told.
I was never able to do anything for him.
Wait a minute, Gillian. Didn't Jamie say something about taking a boy hostage?
That's right. They must know about Harry and are using him to threaten her.
We have to find their headquarters quickly.
We've only got 3 hours.
Gillian, let's think this all through again. We may get some kind of a hint out of it.
You're right. There may be some clue in the way they're operating.
All right, let's go over what we know about them.
First of all, what's the Snatcher's weak point? ultraviolet rays. Weak point is their defective artificial skin. Long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays causes mutations and cancer. Okay, specifically long rays, blah, blah, blah. Reason they are so limited as to when they can be out. Yep. They only come out at night in the middle of winter and wear sunscreen even then. That's the method that Gene used to figure out what Snatchers were. How ironic it turns out that the destruction of the ozone layer actually had a benefit for us humans. What method be used to be able to avoid ultraviolet rays? Sunscreen. They've been using all of these. So are they able to move around and unnoticed? Yep. So maybe there's a tunnel under the main base. There's a good chance of that. Okay. Yeah. I was trying to get to a part that made sense. Let's stop right here, since I actually can control, and I'll do my bio break, and then I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. There we go. Put on some socks too, because my toes are a little cold. Alright, let's see here. Next, a phenomenon that's always observed at the location Snatchers appeared. Causes sneezing. From Snow 9. Sneezing was caused by the presence of allergens from Snow 9. It's an artificial pollen developed by the military and presence. Alright. These don't interfere with radio transmissions, probably producing it intentionally themselves. The only regions of the city where Snow 9 is still present are areas around the Inna River. Okay, makes that the base must be somewhere near the river, right? Is a fair conclusion. They're probably somewhere near the river, protected by Snow 9. Accessible to tube liner and near the river. We must not forget the 3 photographs that we found. All were related to Soviet Union. Map on the wall. Picture of the temple. Photo of Red Square. Why do Snatchers keep pictures and memorabilia like this? Maybe they're homesick. There's robots. What city is related to all 3 of these? Might be right, just as people have a hometown. Okay. Needed an image as an emotional base, and Moscow is their creator, so that's their image. I guess that makes sense. And it's where they found Jamie and I.
In other words, this homing instinct thing of theirs has led them to set up their headquarters in some place that reminds them of home, or their creator.
What part of this city is like Moscow?
Moscow's really cold, right? They get a lot of snow, don't they?
Snow?
No snow has been recorded in Neo-Kobe in several years.
Well, then that's not it.
Wait, what about that pollen? That crystal bioengineered stuff, Snow 9?
Now that you mention it, wasn't it snowing on Jamie's video phone call?
That's right. Their hideout has to be somewhere close to the Ina River.
The Ina River flows for miles around here, Gillian. We could never search it all in time.
Gillian, let's look at a map of the areas investigated so far. This is an enlarged view of the southwest portion of the city around the Ina River. This blue area is that in which Snow 9 is present. Now I'll superimpose a chart of the abandoned tube liner tunnels. From this we can establish those areas with Snow 9, which are accessible by subway tunnel.
Damn. Nice try, but it's still too large. We could never cover it in 3 hours.
Don't give up so fast, Gillian. What about that image of home thing we were talking about? Maybe there's some kind of geographic similarity. Maybe the same view can be seen or something.
I'll display a map of Moscow alongside.
Looks just like
What's
the river.
This?
Look, the rivers are exactly the same shape.
This is the Moscow River over here.
It looks like we're on the right track, Metal. Show us the location that Jamie and I were picked up from.
All right, right here.
Metal, before the catastrophe, what was at this location?
The headquarters for the entire Soviet Union, the Kremlin.
The Kremlin? Snatcher said something about taking Jamie to their Kremlin.
Metal, what spot in Neo-Kobe would match up with the location of Moscow's Kremlin?
Calculating. This is the spot. It's presently occupied by an old church. It's rather large, but reports indicate it's been abandoned for nearly 20 years.
Let's do it.
And it's right in the middle of the Snow 9 and subway
Let's
area.
go to church.
That's it. That's their headquarters. Their new Kremlin.
Gillian, let's go!
Wait, Gillian. I want to go with you.
Sorry, Mika.
Hey, I'm a junker too, you know.
I know, and you're a great one at that.
So take me with you then.
You head to the summit to warn the delegates. They haven't given up, you know.
The summit's in Kyoto. I'm not going to be the only one to run.
You've got to convince them not to use nukes on Neo Kobe.
We found their hideout. There's no need now to sink the whole island.
Yes, but...
It's a tough job. Can you do it?
Okay, Gillian. I'll do what I can.
Thanks.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mika.
Don't say it, okay?
Let's go, Gillian.
Gillian?
Yes?
Uh...
What's wrong?
How about dinner sometime?
Dinner?
Yeah, you know, dinner.
Mika.
Not interested. I thought it would be nice, you know, to kick back, relax. It's Christmas after all.
Christmas, huh? I'll be back by then.
Gillian, we have to hurry.
What about your wife?
I heard you.
Yeah, okay. But I gotta go to church first.
I'll see you soon then.
Okay, Metal, let's go.
Gotta go to church before we can go to dinner. Appears quite safe. Sweet. Let's go ahead and make a quick save. Let's do one. Continue. Let's go to church.
I've input the map data on the Kremlin's locations. Lift off.
Gotta get to church on time.
Flight configuration. Now gaining altitude.
Jamie, please be safe.
You were
Gillian,
just
please keep in
talking
mind
about going to
we're working
dinner
a
with
strict time limit.
Mika.
50-year debt in 3 hours. Snow!
Snow 9, to be specific. We've entered the Snow 9 region. Please put on your breathing filter. Direct inhalation is dangerous.
All right.
Radio transmissions will also be impossible from this point on. Understood?
I guess so.
Now descending. Conversion to hover configuration complete. Gillian, we've arrived.
Alright, here we go. What? We just took a bio break. Now you want to go outside? Alright. Look. Building. It's a very old church. Does look like it, yep. Investigate. Building. 50 years old. Only wind. Definitely Snow 9. Appears to be snowing. Try to avoid breathing it. Alright. Given the season, a few Christmas lights would really be given up. That would be pretty cool. See some Christmas lights up there. Not reading anything. Sensor reveals the tube liner tunnel passes directly underneath this area. That's good. Looks like we're in the right place. Let's go inside.
All right, now opening the door.
What's wrong? Won't open?
I've scanned it, and it's not locked. It is probably rusted into place.
Not surprising. After all, our friends always go in and out through the basement.
Yep.
Let's push it together.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Here we go.
That got it.
All right. You tell me these things pray? All right. Does kind of look like random. Something written, creator, okay. One the Snatcher was talking about. Appears to be a portrait. Cool. There are a number of scratches. Okay. Everything nice and orderly. It's all organized. Ooh. Snatchers! Look at them all! Yeah, that's a lot of them. Picking up energy readings, they're all deactivated. It's a warehouse. Wow, it's a lot of them. Endostructures, which have yet to be artificially skinned. This bone sizing devices and skull slits are all set to smallest sizes. So the victims haven't been chosen yet. Makes sense. Seems to be a number of containers stacked up in the back of the room. None of the Snatchers appear damaged. All of them need energy packs. The gender units have yet to be installed. Investigate the area. Do not see equipment maintaining. This room would appear to be just a storage area. Container. Is this some kind of label? 23rd Siberian Investigative Force. It would appear that the Snatchers were brought to Neo Kobe from the Siberian Neutral Zone. Seems the investigative forces have been responsible for shipping the Snatchers. In other words, the investigative forces have been snatched just like they found us. Bring the Snatchers out of Siberia and into storage here. I think they're right. And The Snatchers just wait here in storage to be activated. Rather efficient system. I wonder where the actual snatching takes place. The back part of this room may hold the answer. Volume of these containers would just be perfect shipping sizes for Snatchers. These containers were definitely brought out of Siberia. I can detect the smallest contaminants unique to the region. Here we go. Oh boy. The mechanism is operating. All right. Let's look at the cylinder. So, skin is installed.
This is where they fuse the artificial skin onto the Snatcher's endostructure. First, they adjust the size of the still skinless Snatcher to the size of the individual who is to be snatched. The Snatcher's overall shape and size can be adjusted by expansion or contraction of sizing rods. Their sex is controlled by gender units, which are installed at this point. Then, the face is modified to match the intended victim by adjusting the size of the upper and lower jaw, cheekbones, temporal bones, and tooth alignment.
Just like Gibson said, that means there are limits to the size of the people that they can snatch.
That's right. The limits of the mechanism mean that they can't snatch children, the elderly, or people who are very tall or heavy. And this is where the artificial muscle's attached.
Is it organic?
No. It appears to be coated with a type of plastic gel capable of mechanical response. Like human muscles, it creates mechanical energy through chemical reactions. And this is where the artificial skin is attached. In order to prevent the synthetic cells, developed using biotechnological protein design techniques, from rejecting the inorganic material below, they attach it gradually over a number of days.
And this is the stuff that gets cancer if they stay out in the sun too long.
Finally, they attach body and scalp hair. The process involves transplant of synthetic hair follicles as well, so the hair will grow back if it's lost.
What about scars or birthmarks?
It would appear that they make those adjustments at this point in the process, as they would for wrinkles to simulate age.
Interesting. All right. Appears that weak ultraviolet rays are being projected from above. This is a really advanced way of anything we saw. The whole area is protected as a clean room. There is a door at the far end of the room. It's locked, but I should be able to open it from this side. Let's go ahead and save real quick. Power's on. Look at the data. People snatched neatly.
So this is where the whole thing begins. The endostructures arrive here from the Kremlin. Then they convert them into copies of their victims. And finally, they head out into the city using the old subway system.
With artificial skin maintenance being handled at Queen's Hospital.
But who's behind all this?
Gillian, look at this. There are some finished Snatchers over here.
Get a load of this. The U.S. President, the Prime Ministers of Japan, and the UK.
Uh-oh.
Gillian, you're in here too.
Figures. They were looking to snatch every VIP at the summit.
And the last junker, you. It definitely looks like they plan on moving out beyond Neo-Kobe.
If they were to snatch every major world leader, they'd practically be able to control the planet. Still, that's odd. With their flawed skin, pulling something off like that would really be difficult.
Chin said they had found the key to developing a perfect artificial skin. Maybe they've already produced it.
No idea. But the number of Snatchers here makes it clear that they're up to something new.
Gillian, this is definitely their nest. We should destroy everything.
Yes,
Not
we
yet.
should.
Not until we found Jamie. Metal, how much time do we have left?
The summit should have begun by now. We don't have much time. And once our legal privileges are suspended, I won't be able to help. In fact, I'll be forced to restrain you.
I know. If the military wants to avoid nukes and goes for a surgical strike on this facility, what would they likely use?
Probably a phased particle beam from one of the attack satellites.
A phased particle beam, huh? That'll wipe this complex right off the map.
Everything, including the soil, will simply evaporate. The attack will leave just a large crater.
Metal, can you convince them to give me another hour? Even 30 minutes will help.
Understood. I'll try my best.
And I'll try to find and rescue Jamie in that time.
I can't transmit here due to interference from the Snow 9. I'll have to leave the area and then send the message.
All right. Do it, Metal.
Gillian, don't forget. 30 minutes. You must get out before then.
I
All right.
understand.
Gillian, I'm sorry I couldn't help you better.
Don't worry about it. I'll be able to move faster by myself anyway. 30 minutes should be plenty. Go, Metal.
Yes, sir. Don't forget. 30 minutes.
"30 minutes? Oh, this is gonna be tight. That room's the only place left to check. Let's take a look.
Here we go. No! So many bad guys. Well, especially with me dying a bunch. Ah! I hate this. I hate the controls in this game. Like, the fact that I have to bring out the gun in the first place for these sections is so dumb. And then you get hit and you're stunned for a second, so that just makes it so you're hit over and over and over again. Ah, too many. Why is there so many? Oh my goodness. I'm sure there's going to be a ton of these in a row, too, because it's the end of the game. And they wanted to make it seem like you got your money's worth. Oh my goodness. I've been sort of spray and praying. I almost wish I turned on turbo on the controller and just held the button down and went. Kidding me? Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to beat this part. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. My problem with these bugs is, like I said, once you get hit once, like, it's almost impossible to recover because it just chain reacts into anything. And so as you notice, I'm doing pretty well up until the very end, And I get hit once and then it's all over. God, there's just too many. Do I have a turbo button? That's what I need to know. I might be able to beat it with a turbo button. What the hell? This might be the end of Snatcher for me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I might have to get a real controller out too. Don't think that's really the problem, but be worth a shot. Jesus.
Whew. I wasn't ready for that. They almost got me.
I felt like
All
the
right,
game made it easy for me
let's
so I
open the
could
next
keep
door.
going. I think it actually did.
Doesn't look like there's anything here. Whoa!
Just gonna be gunshots after gunshots after gunshots, huh? Do I have to redo this whole... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow.
Whew. I wasn't ready for that. They almost got me. All right, let's open the next door.
Great. Let me guess. Then there's going to be one where there's like a live person and I can't shoot them.
Doesn't look like there's anything here. Whoa!
Really? I think this game just became incredibly unfun. Like, I'm shooting them, but I'm not fast enough, so I'm getting hit.
Whew. I wasn't ready for that. They almost got me. All right, let's open the next door.
Yeah. Game over, man. Game over.
Doesn't look like there's anything here. Whoa! Jeez, these guys are tough. Of course, I didn't exactly expect them to welcome me with open arms. Okay, let's try this next door.
Let's try this next door. There's going to be another set of bad guys. Isn't this going to be great?
Jamie, are you all right?
Gillian, you came for me.
Are you hurt?
No, they won't lay a finger on me. Not until the new artificial skin is completed anyway.
Artificial skin research? You?
Gillian, I've got my memory back. All of it.
What happened? Tell me, Jamie.
They said they'd kill him. They said they'd kill Harry. They
Harry's
forced
dead.
me. I had to help them with the skin development. They said I had to help them because the professor was ill. Wasn't getting any better. Gillian, the engineer Harry, he's our son. He's been living on his own now for 50 years.
Jamie, I'm afraid that Harry's...
There was nothing I could do. They forced me. But I can't do it anymore.
Jamie!
The professor, he just died. He was over 100.
The professor? What? This old man?
Don't you remember? It's Professor Modner.
Nope.
Professor Petrovich Modner.
What? This old man is Modner?
He's been confined here for 3 years now, just to develop the Snatcher's artificial skin. Terrible. Doing that to your own father.
Whose father? Jamie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
You really can't remember, can you?
Jamie, tell me. Tell me who I am. What were we doing at the Kremlin?
Are you sure you really want me to, Gillian?
Uh-oh.
It's all so awful.
Gonna find
But
out
if you
that
must
I'm a
know,
bad
I'll tell
guy?
you. Try to remain calm, okay? 56 years ago, you and I were involved in a top-secret Soviet project. It was still during the time of the Cold War. The gulf between East and West was as wide as ever. Everybody was worried about nukes. At that point, the world's armies were at their largest ever. Leaders still believed that a strong military meant a strong nation. There were rumors that there would be an agreement to end the production of nuclear weapons. On the other hand, the major powers like the US began to get involved in a space weapons race. But not the Soviets.
The Star Wars
conservative
program?
Despots in the Kremlin had another, completely different idea for gaining military superiority. A horrible plan, something no one else would think of. At that time, the countries of the communist bloc were facing an economic crisis. Popular movements pushing for democracy were springing up all over. Communism itself was facing extinction. Facing pressure from the reformers, the Kremlin began to panic. And that's when that horrible, childish plan was launched.
And that was the Snatcher project. Replace your enemy's leaders with puppets of your own. Then you control their governments, their economies, take over a country from the inside out.
That all makes sense.
That's right, Gillian. And to develop these robots, they assembled some of the most brilliant scientific minds from around the world. Some of them were even brought in against their will. At the crux of that development effort was a group called the Frankenstein Project Team. You and I were members of that team, Gillian. It was a 4-person team led by the late Professor Modner here. The robotics expert was Professor Modner himself. His son, Elijah Modner, handled genetics and microbiology. For nanobiology and picobiology, myself. And for behavioral science and psychology, you, Gillian. Early development was carried out at a lab in Novosibirsk, but was later moved to a secret facility under the Kremlin. At the time, the Glasnost and Perestroika movements were gaining momentum, and they rightly feared for the existence of the program if it should become known. But some of the reformers did learn of the project, and they conspired with the US to block it. Gillian, you were a CIA special agent sent by the United States to infiltrate and sabotage the project.
I was CIA?
Wait, I was a good guy.
Yes, and the government knows that. That's why you were assigned to the Junker team.
What? Who am I?
Work on the project continued to go smoothly. But then, on June 6th, 1996, there was that accident. A mysterious explosion at the Chernobyl facility spread a bacterial weapon that was under development there into the atmosphere, destroying the country and the project. Gillian, was it you? Did you set off that explosion?
What? You can't be serious.
Wait, maybe I am the bad
guy. You think I caused the catastrophe?
Somehow, during the confusion, Professor Modner and our son Harry managed to get picked up by American agents. But we couldn't get out in time, you and I and Elijah. In a shelter below the Kremlin, we entered a cryogenic sleep. Our plan was to sleep there until the toxic effects of the bacteria were safely passed.
And then 48 years later, 3 years ago, we were discovered by the 17th Special Investigative Force.
Yes, but when they found us, Elijah's pod was already empty.
Elijah Modner? That guy whose picture was in the church? The one that looks like Random?
That's right, Elijah is alive. Elijah is here and working on the Snatchers.
Why don't you let me finish your little story?
Uh-oh.
Who's there?
It's been a while, hasn't it, Jamie? Ah, yes. And Gillian. It's me, Jamie.
Elijah? Is that really you?
Random? No. Not quite.
So, you remember me, do you? I am Elijah Modnar, the only son of Professor Petrovich Modnar. I'm afraid I've grown somewhat old and feeble since we last met, however.
Elijah, why are you doing
this?
Your father, Professor Modner, he passed away a few minutes ago.
What? My father is dead?
Elijah, what happened to you? The Elijah I knew could never do anything like this.
I've changed, Jamie. These 40 years have changed me.
I can't believe it. What happened to you?
What happened to me? Jamie, do I actually have to explain it to you?
Yes.
Jamie, it's you. Your beauty is the cause of all that has come to pass here. 57 years ago, I was obsessed. With my research, yes. And with you, Jamie. At the time, I was still young, having just graduated with my genetic engineering degree. My father's connections got me on the team, and there, I met you. You were working as my father's assistant.
Right.
Your beauty, your smile, I was stricken.
Probably 30 minutes
something
ago.
in you that I never felt with women of my own country. You warmed my cold, young heart, Jamie. You opened me up, and I couldn't stop my feelings.
Elijah.
Oh, I was so happy. The political situation was crumbling around us, but every day was a joy. I gained my father's trust, and with you there watching over me, I was able to work as hard as I ever have on the project. However, my happiness did not last for long. Gillian, it was you. You showed up and all was ruined. You arrived and joined our project team. Far from home, Jamie found comfort in a man from the same land. Your relationship grew quickly, and all I could do was stand by and watch. Jamie and Gillian fell in love, were joined, and even had a child.
Harry.
Even then, my feelings for you only grew stronger. Worried about me, my father tried to have me removed from the project, but I persisted. Jamie, I always wanted to be near you. And then, the democratic movements that had consumed the rest of the Eastern Bloc spread to our country as well. The Cold War was over. The hardliners who had pushed for its development were stripped of power and the project was cancelled. The reformers, trying to cover up the existence of such a crazed project, ordered that all materials related to it be destroyed and that we stand trial for our actions. Jamie and Gillian were to be returned to their homeland. That's about the time that I learned that you, Gillian, that you were a CIA agent, and that you were trying to pass documents on our research to your military. The country had sold us out. I'm no politician. I couldn't care less about what happened to the country. All I cared about was my research and Jamie. And I was to lose all of that, everything. For someone so young, you cannot understand how great of a shock that was.
Elijah.
That is when I decided, I swore I would see that secret, crazed project through to the end. At the time, the bioroids were 80% finished. The main part, their endostructure, was essentially completed. But we still were having trouble with the artificial skin, the area that Jamie and I were assigned to. We called it artificial skin, but there was of course no need to duplicate T lymphocytes, Langerhans cells, or endocrine cells. All we needed was keratinized cells and melanocytes to provide the pigment. With the artificial protein development techniques that we had in those days, full-scale synthetic cell development was very difficult. Research like this took months, years. The original project called for us to simultaneously snatch an entire country. In other words, a whole nation, or an entire city, had to be snatched over the course of one night. For that reason, a powerful biological agent, which could quickly and effectively kill the population of the country, was being simultaneously developed.
Lucifer Alpha.
That's right. A type RAO11 virus which another team was developing. For someone like myself, who was closely involved in the project, blowing up the lab was quite a simple task.
My God, Elijah, do you know what you're saying? That explosion killed half the world's population.
I moved all the materials and records essential to the Bioroid project into the shelter and executed my plan on June 6th.
Yeah, I could see that, especially since you were playing for such a long period of time trying to get it done.
Shelter, and we entered a cryogenic sleep, but not before I programmed an atmospheric research satellite to transmit a wake signal when the danger from Lucifer Alpha had passed.
And 10 years later, Lucifer Alpha naturally mutated into a non-toxic form.
But the automatic revival system failed to work.
Oh no, it worked. Just as planned. It revived me 10 years later. A little sooner than the two of you, of course.
But even though you sealed the lab with the explosion and everything, you should have been exposed. Why weren't you?
Oh, I was. But by that time, the vaccine L Angels had already been developed.
So everything went just as you planned it then?
Yes, up until that point. But my real struggle was yet to come. My original plan was to revive Jamie as well.
3 hours later.
The two of us to finish the development of the Bioroids. You, Gillian, you were to stay asleep forever. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Not after looking at Jamie's peaceful face there in the pod. Besides, I could never have convinced her to work with me on the project anyway. I knew the time was not yet right, so I changed the timers of your pods to permanent on.
How could you do such a thing?
And so
yeah,
for the
probably
next
10,
40
15
years,
minutes ago at this
I
point.
worked alone in that cold and lonely room under the Kremlin,
Haven't touched
trying
the
to
controller
complete
for a
the
little bit.
artificial skin for the Snatchers. For days and days, no one would visit me. I never saw the sun or felt the changing of the seasons. Still, I always had Jamie by my side. You were always there for me to talk to. Just you and I for 40 years in that dark cellar.
Oh, you poor, poor man.
And then, 3 years ago, my research was finally completed. First, I snatched the Siberian Special Investigative Forces to establish a transport route for the Snatchers. And then, to test the effect of large-scale Snatch operations, I chose Neo-Kobe City to be my experimental sample. Neo-Kobe is cut off from the surrounding areas, a sort of miniature country in itself, making it a perfect test site. And since it's a melting pot of various races, it would also allow me to gather extensive data on Snatcher modification and operational techniques. In addition, the element of suspicion or
Did you go back and check?
which runs deep in Japanese culture was another reason I chose this site.
There was like 20 minutes of me
Your
failing
test
in that
revealed
too,
a
by the
critical
way.
flaw in your machine's artificial skin.
Yes, quite unexpected, I'm afraid. All my research for 40
Maybe 30
years,
minutes of me failing.
I
I
gathered
failed a
data
lot.
and worked day and night to find a solution, but nothing seemed to work.
So that's why you decided to bring Professor Modner here, right?
That's correct. I discovered my father in one of the government's hospitals. He was old, but still very sound of mind. Naturally, he would not cooperate with me.
Of course not. He'd never become involved in something like that.
Because you're crazy.
So, unable to receive his assistance, I decided that I had to have yours. But a mistake on my part allowed both you and Gillian to be taken into custody by the authorities first.
Just what are you trying to accomplish, Elijah? You must know you can never get Jamie back.
I'm only interested in discovering what I can of the human animal. In the past, it was because of Jamie. My motive is different now.
It sounds like you're just suffering from the wild arrogance that corrupts so many scientists.
Humans are such weak creatures. No matter how much they trust one another, the tiniest speck of suspicion can destroy it all. Look at how the Snatcher problem has caused such wild unrest. No matter how much science advances or how high we set our ideals, we eventually begin to suspect each other, to hate each other, and then to kill each other. The Snatchers are nothing more than a tool for bringing out this reaction. I am simply using the Snatchers to elicit the true nature of the human animal. I think this experiment has shown me the limits of human society. I sincerely doubt it will be able to reach any greater level of prosperity on its own. If human society ever hopes to reach greater heights, what is needed is an absolute leader, a firm ruler who isn't affected by these trivial episodes of mistrust.
You're crazy if you think people would ever obey Snatchers.
Of course they wouldn't. But if they don't know, they cannot object. There has been a time in every age that the people have longed for a god to lead them. As long as they give the people no reason to suspect them, then they can easily become their gods. Indeed,
I hope that's a true fact, but it makes sense.
Beings. We are almost there. Once we perfect the artificial skin, Snatchers will transcend man to become this planet's true human beings.
Kojima was like, hey, we have this game.
Modner is dead.
We need to get it out.
I no longer have any
but we have
use
all
for
the
my
story
father.
left.
I have a sample
Just
of
dump
the
it at
new
the end.
skin he developed. Once I've analyzed it, I'll be able to make as much as I need. Or if need be, we could simply culture the keratinized cells, epithelial cells, and melanocytes in the quantities that we need.
What are you talking about? How could you get a sample of perfected artificial skin?
Why don't you take a look at this? We found this in the rubble of Queen's Hospital.
Look who it is. It's Random.
Random?
Oh, an acquaintance of yours?
He's a Snatcher?
That term isn't exactly accurate. This bioroid was constructed by my father without my knowledge. He modeled it after me in my youth. He built it right here in this facility. And not only that, he programmed it to destroy Snatchers. This bioroid caused me serious difficulties. It's designed and built far better than my Snatchers. The machine itself thought it was human. My father input memories for it all the way back to childhood. Those too were apparently mine. Haven't you yet realized? Random Hajil is Elijah Modner spelled backwards. How like my father, silly old man. He did virtually overnight what I could not do in 40 years of effort. Furthermore, he makes a bioroid so perfect, even the bioroid itself believes itself to be real. What's more, the cells of the skin he developed are self-replicating. Once in place, no further transplants or culturing is necessary.
Is he dead?
Its main and locomotive systems are completely shut down. It's just scrap now. But the artificial skin is being kept alive. This we need. With this, we can move to phase 2 of our plan of full-scale infiltration of the world's major nations.
The summit's already over. You'll never succeed.
I didn't even
What
think to
does
look
the
at
summit
it, so it was
matter?
over my head.
Nothing holds us back now that we have this perfect skin. We can go anywhere we want.
I feel like this guy wasn't even really talked about until just recently, though, so...
I will have free control over the world. Nothing will be able to stop me. Politics and free thought will no longer have any meaning. My will alone will decide the course of human history.
You egomaniac. Do you think you can snatch the entire population?
There's a fully automated Snatcher factory under the Kremlin. Even as we speak, scores of new Snatchers are being born.
But no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to snatch the people's heart and soul. What do you hope to gain from this anyway?
Jamie, the human race is composed of fools. But I'm different. I will be its savior. Indeed, not just of mankind.
He probably
but
did,
of all
but
life on the planet.
it didn't register with me
I'm
because
afraid that won't be
he
possible.
wasn't really talked about.
Metal!
In 10 minutes, this church will be struck by a phased particle beam. I am guiding the beam from the attack satellite using GPS and 15 navigational satellites. The beam cannot miss. Everything in a 2 to 3 kilometer radius from me will be destroyed.
Metal Gear.
Stop this foolishness now. I will not have my research destroyed by some souped-up pocket calculator.
Metal, what happened at the summit?
The delegates, worried about the Snatcher menace, voted unanimously to allow the use of nuclear weapons on the city. The military is presently imposing a quarantine on Neo Kobe.
What? Do they intend to kill everybody?
The populace is in a state of panic. However, they have agreed to lift the quarantine if this church is struck by the phased particle beam. This is our last chance. I will handle things here. Gillian, Jamie, you two must flee.
You insignificant mass of metal. You'll never...
One move and I detonate. Gillian, run!
Metal, this is crazy!
We can't let a single Snatcher get out of here. And this new artificial skin has to be destroyed.
It's been so long
as
my
well.
controller turned off.
I will not allow some talking scrap pile to get away with this. If you are the aiming point for the beam, then I'll just have you thrown out of here. Grab this little one and take him out of here.
Am I gonna have to fight again?
Metal!
Cowardly little robot.
You always were a real pain in the butt.
Random still alive?
What's that?
The scene is over 30 minutes, I think.
What? How did... You're supposed to be deactivated.
I don't go down that easy, old man.
Stop this foolish...
Shut up! Let's try to make our final moments peaceful, shall we? And you Snatchers, you touch the little guy and the old man's head comes off.
Random!
I've always hated being used. Why don't you watch the final act with me?
Gillian, you only have 5 minutes. The turbo cycle is just outside on standby. Use that to flee.
Let me go. I'm Elijah Modner. I'm your original.
I don't care if I'm an original or a copy or what. You and I are gonna die right here. If we both die, there won't be a copy anymore now, will there?
Right.
The stupid logic of a simpleton, of a machine.
Whatever it is, it's my will.
Machines have no will. Machines cannot sacrifice themselves.
We'll see about that.
Oh, we'll see.
Minutes. You must go, and don't forget to take care of the factory under the Kremlin.
Stop!
Gillian, even if these memories in my head are fiction...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Our memories of our time together are all too real, Random.
Gillian, you become one hell of a junker.
Gillian, it has been most recreational being your partner.
Oh, Metal.
I'm not gonna lie though, this is like really bad in the best ways, so I'm okay with it.
Little John? Oh. Okay, Metal.
Hurry! You only have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Thanks, you two. Jamie, come on.
Reminds me of like
No,
Big Trouble in Little China. Like that's how it's so bad it's good kind of type. But even though they were trying to be bad in that in a way, so they knew what they were doing, but it turned out really good. It's awesome to watch. It's over the top and ridiculous.
By snatching you, I'm finally gonna get my real self back.
Campy. That's a good word.
There's less than 1 minute to go. Thanks to you, everything will be fine.
You don't owe me any thanks. Sorry to get you involved in such a big job. You did great. You're a hell of a junker.
3, 2, 1, here it comes!
Later, kid!
Bright white.
So you're really going, aren't you?
It's our responsibility, too. Besides, if I go to Moscow, I may get some of my memory back. And if that happens, I'll be able to love you even more than I do now. Wait for me. I want to be with you, but first I've got to destroy this terrible factory of theirs. Jamie, when I get back, let's try living together again. What do you say?
I'm not sure. There's one of those, though. Right.
We'll be waiting for you, too.
Katrina! Mika! You're here, too?
You better be happy, Buster, with all these beautiful women seeing you off.
I'm happy you came. Let me introduce my wife.
Jamie Seed. I suppose it's a little odd introducing myself a second time, though.
What do you mean? You've never met them before, have you?
What are you talking about, Gillian? We're good friends.
Huh? Since when?
It's the first time I've met her in person, but I've spoken with her on the video phone a lot of times.
What? Have you guys been talking about me behind my back?
What? I'm really confused by that whole thing. Trying to learn more about what was going on with our relationship started. I was telling Mika how lonely it was being home alone all the time. That she told me Jamie was always worried about me, so I gave her a video call. Before I knew it, we really became close. Our relationship has gone beyond being friends. Ooh. Okay. We're both so easy to talk to, it's like I've got two real sisters. Oh. They're like family to me now. I don't care if you get your memory back, because getting your memory back will mean you'll remember those things about me that you hated. Oh. Things that I hated? What are you talking about? Dealing with each other's imperfections is part of what being married is all about, Jamie. Oh, really? This is only in the English version. Interesting. I don't know how thick they laid on the Katrina bit in the Japanese version, but if they did it as much as they did in here, it was pretty bad. Don't worry, no memories will change how I feel about you.
So have they finalized what they're going to do about junker operations? I suppose this will end up being our last mission, huh?
Well, originally they were planning on disbanding the team, but now they've decided to keep us in business.
So that means
That's right. We've been designated as one of the government's special police divisions. That puts us above the regular cops.
So the government has decided that crime by machines poses a bigger threat than crime by humans from here on out, huh?
They've chosen the new chief, too. So when you get back, you'll get to meet the new head honcho.
I
Well, it's
hope she's not
comforting
as
to know
flirty
I've
in the
got a place
Japanese
I
one.
can
She's
come back to.
14. Second Lieutenant Seed. I'm a second lieutenant as well. Let's try to work together. I'm a second lieutenant. How come my rank is even lower than what I had in the army?
Whatever you do, just come home safe, okay?
Since that was in yellow, is that
When
how
get back
good
to
you
this
did?
job,
Is that
still
your
have a dinner
rating?
date to keep with me, you know.
Don't worry. I won't forget my promises to either of you. Oops, almost forgot. Of course, I'll want to spend some private moments with my wife, too, huh? What's wrong, Jamie?
She's actually a snatcher.
Harry and I will be waiting for you to get home.
That's Harry's hat.
We can do it this time, Gillian. Not some fake couple like before, but with love and trust.
I know, Jamie.
Take care, Gillian.
I'll see you, Jamie.
Wait! Wait for me! Take me with you, please!
You?
It's a Model 2.
We didn't have a good frame to
That's
work
cute.
with, so this is just a temporary body. Just call me Metal Gear, Sega CD for now.
So they found your memory chip in one piece, eh?
Random protected it from the blast of the beam.
Random, huh? Wait a second. I've heard that sneeze somewhere before.
Really? I didn't hear anything. Anyway, I want to know if you'll take me with you. Please, Gillian.
Oh, interesting.
Please take me with you.
Hurry up and get on board, partner.
Yes, sir, Gillian.
I just thought it was clever that they used the Model 2 Genesis rather than the Model 1. Not sure they actually thought about it that hard, that it was the most common version of the Genesis anyways, but either way, I thought it was clever.
Throughout history, suspicion has always bred conflict. The real conflict, though, resides in people's hearts. This conflict has just begun.
Wait, so there's supposed to be a sequel? Hooray! And with time to spare. Alright, I'm going to let the credits run. And then I'll power off the stream. Thanks for coming and hanging out, Rusty. And I'll probably talk to you in less than an hour. And we'll talk about the game. I did finish just barely. So, alright guys, thank you for hanging out. It was fun. I'm glad I beat it before 8:30.